Testing 1, 2.
There you go. I would like to call the Yosemite Community College District Board of Trustees meeting for Wednesday, June 12th to order at 3:02. Could we have called order, please? We've got that. Could we have establishment of quorum?
Trustee Beggs? Here. Trustee Davis? Trustee Garrett?
Here.
Trustee Hinton?
Here.
Trustee Nicolau?
Here.
Vice President Aguilar?
Here.
And Board President Richards?
Here, thank you.
Quorum is established.
Do we have any statements of conflict? Looking left, looking right, don't see any. How about any public comments? Hello, audience. Okay, we do have a closed session. Madam Stenographer, if you could bring us up to date on that, please.
So the closed session items that the board will be discussing are the items 2.1 through 2.6 listed in the board agenda.
Thank you. We'll adjourn to closed session at this time.
Thank you, Scotty. Testing 1, 2. Testing 1, 2. Testing. Do we have any? Okay. It's grass yellow. Sorry, I'm coming.
And she's the senior director.
Okay.
Thank you.
Oh, boy.
That's gonna be your schedule.
I was gonna ask you, did you wanna, but you got it.
I'm gonna, people stand here.
Okay.
Just for this.
Awesome. So that's muted.
Yeah.
You want it live?
No.
Okay. Oh, okay, cool.
He needs-
Thank you, please. You guys are efficient over here. You know I don't know what I'm doing, right? Okay. Yeah, so I turned this off. But I didn't check. Do you have it though?
No.
Okay. That's right, 'cause you guys are efficient over here. I'm gonna sit down and act like I know what I'm doing.
Go get it.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, I'd like to call the June 12th Board of Trustees regular meeting to order at approximately 5:30. Trustee Nicolau, could you lead us in the pledge, please?
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Before we start, I'm really happy that our student trustee Gustavo Castrejon is here today. Welcome.
He'll be getting
That's right,
sworn
let's
in
have some
today.
applause. That's good.
Yes.
Yeah, that's good. That's good. You got the memo. Okay, could we roll call, please?
Student trustee-elect Gustavo Castrejon. Present.
Present.
Trustee Beggs. Trustee Davis.
Present?
Trustee Garrett.
Here.
Trustee Hinton.
Here.
Trustee Nicolau.
Present.
Vice President Aguilar. And Board President Richards.
Here.
Everyone is here. Quorum is established.
Madam Stenographer, report out of closed session. We don't have one. Moving on. Very excited now that we get to swear in the new trustee. So if you would please go down there and meet the chancellor and have a photo session. And yes, applause are welcome after the swearing in.
Please raise your right hand and repeat after me. I
I,
do
Gustavo Castrejon,
solemnly swear
do solemnly swear
that I will support and defend
that I will support and defend
the Constitution of the United States
the Constitution of the United States
and the Constitution of the State of California
and the Constitution of the State of California
against all enemies,
against all enemies,
foreign and domestic,
foreign and domestic,
that I will bear
that I will bear
true faith
true faith
and allegiance to
and allegiance to
the Constitution of the United States
the Constitution of the United States
and the Constitution of the State of California
and the Constitution of the United States
and the Constitution of the State of California.
of California,
That I take this obligation freely
that I take this obligation freely
without any mental reservation
without any mental reservation
or purpose of evasion,
or purpose of evasion,
and that I will
and that I will
well and faithfully
well and faithfully
discharge the duties
discharge the duties
upon which I'm about to enter.
upon which I am about to enter.
Thank you. I now declare you the student trustee of the Yosemite Community College District. Thank you.
Like to say a few words. Would you like to say anything?
I would like to say that it is an honor to be, voted on this position, and I look forward to working as a student trustee to represent our student body, not just MJC, but also our sister college, Columbia. And I look towards as my position as a student trustee to work on helping students not just start a community college, but actually complete the community college, and looking at ways in which we can support them along their journey and not just get their foot in the door, but actually make sure that they go all the way.
Thank you. One thing you'll notice as the night progresses, when it comes to action items, they passed a new law. He will vote before the board. So that'll be new to you, I imagine. Okay, any statements of conflict? Looking left, looking right, don't see any. Changes in order of the business? Doesn't look like we have any. Do we have any public comments? Okay. Public will be able to comment on other things later. Okay, could I entertain a motion for approval of the minutes from the May 8th meeting?
So moved.
Second.
We got a second, we got a motion by trustee Nicolau, second by trustee Garrett. Was it, didn't you second?
Seconded it. She made the first motion, was trustee Hinton.
Okay, trustee Hinton. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? None? Okay, now we're up to board committee reports. Mr. Finance Chair, you're up.
Hey, the Finance Committee met on Monday, June 3rd. Customary items were discussed, but I want to point out again, we're on track to be below budget. I want to thank the institutions for helping in that endeavor. So that's good news. We had an FTS report, and I think this bears most of the attention. We are only roughly 500 FTEs from our, peak reporting at 16,315. That is a tremendous amount of work by everyone involved, from our faculty, our classified staff, to student services, everybody. I mean, we are really knocking it out of the ballpark with, when we compare ourselves to other community college districts. So I think that is always an item we look forward to, because it just really shows the hard work that the institution are doing, to not only bring students in, but retain students. So thank you for that. And the other big item that we discussed, which is on for approval tonight, discussion and approval, and the Finance Committee is recommending that the board approve the tentative budget for the coming year. That's all I have. Any questions?
So will we need a motion for that, or is that?
That'll be later when we have it on the item. I just wanted to report out what the
Thank you.
committee was recommending.
Questions for trustee Garrett? By the way, I already screwed up and didn't have the student trustee vote before the minutes. So I just want to, for the record, hopefully I won't make that mistake again. Okay, next we have trustee Hinton. Trustee Beggs, Modesto Junior College Foundation.
I'll have one when we get closer to August, when we're going to have the donor wall unveiling and some other stuff, but nothing this time.
Dr. Davis, anything on the Columbia College Foundation? Dr. Davis, anything on the Association of Stanislaus County School Board? And trustee Hinton, do you have anything on the Valley Insurance Program Joint Powers Agency report?
Just that we had a meeting this last week, and it went well. We're still looking good financially, and stay healthy.
Okay, that concludes those reports. Now we have additional information. Number 5, MJC President will provide the board with an update on the district's faculty obligation number. Fun. Well, this is a very popular item for me.
Good evening. Get our little slideshow going here. I got a black screen. She's working on it. It's kind of interesting to be invited back to talk about what other districts consider a very dry and boring topic. We call it Fun with Fawn, kind of tongue in cheek, but also because it's fun. It's kind of an interesting ride to be on. So let's see what's going to click this thing forward. Just the clicker. Oh, this one. That'd be perfect. Okay, so this is the same slideshow that I gave you before, the same background, some of the same slides. I'm kind of doing a rehash of some things we've been through in the past, and then taking us forward into the future, because it's been probably a year and a half since we talked about this before. So when we're looking at the faculty obligation number, we ask ourselves about 5 different questions. First of all, Jeremy's here. Jeremy and I, as we approach the fall, look at how many full-time faculty do we actually have in our system? Surprisingly hard to answer. Whoa, that was fun. Oh, there it goes. The second one being, how many are we required to have? What is our faculty obligation number for the upcoming year? The question then is about the next year, right? How many are we required to have this upcoming year? What about the year after that? Where are we going to be? How many should we have as we're thinking now, not so much to fall 2024, because we know what that number is. How many should we have in fall 2025? And we need to know that number because we make our selection process in this fall of who we're going to rehire. We rehire positions in spring 2025 so that they're employed in fall 2025. Okay, so we have to make decisions now about a year out. And then the other issue that we've been dealing with for the last several years is if our faculty obligation is here, well, what's the number we ought to have minimum at Columbia College and what's the number at Modesto Junior College? So how many full-time faculty do we have? Let's look down at the bottom of the page and see, can you do something with that? Click to audio. Maybe not. The number down in there is in the fall of, that's 2020, fall 2023. Okay, you can't see it, but that's what the number is there. As of the last fall, we had at Columbia College 51 full-time faculty, at MJC 258 for a grand total of 309. And that's pretty interesting. Oh, as a spread between the colleges, about 16.5% of the full-time faculty at Columbia and another 83.5% at Modesto. It'll be fine. I don't normally need that little corner. But if so, I'll just make up the answer and they won't know the difference. The clicker is now giving me grief. Interesting. Clicker died. Clicker died. I'm pushing the arrows. Yeah, I've got an arrow. It's not doing anything either. Let's. Sometimes these things happen. You may.
I just don't know the answer. So does dual enrollment contribute to our fund number or our projections, or like, how did those two concepts collide?
Very good question. Every student who's enrolled in a dual enrollment class counts towards full-time equivalent students. Full-time equivalent student count drives our full-time faculty that we're required to have to teach those students. So the more dual enrollment students we have, the more faculty we're going to be required to have.
That faculty number within a MJC or Columbia College, or does the faculty head count like at a high school?
The faculty of the high school don't count.
Okay.
Although because they're not loaded with, it's technical, but because the faculty who are on an instructional service agreement are employed by their high school, we actually have a savings on the labor cost. We don't pay a direct labor cost there. We earn the FTES. That does drive our full-time counts up and it helps our efficiency numbers. There's other areas where we're able to hire those full-time faculty, such as in nursing. Still stuck. Clicker, and her name is Graciela. So just, why don't you just unveil that whole slide, 2 more clicks and we've got it all on the screen. What I'd like you to see here is that our number of full-time faculty has fluctuated, 274 back in 2014, up to about 306 in 2019. These were our actuals. And then back down to 289 or so. And then this last year, we bumped it back up to 309. Why? Because the faculty obligation number said we ought to be at 309. You can also see the distribution between the two colleges of about 16.5, 83.5, 17%, 83%. As we're moving forward, we're going to be assigning the additional full-time faculty we're required to have towards the college that's generating whichever of that growth. If both colleges grow, both colleges will end up with new faculty. If one college remains constant, it doesn't lose any faculty. It just doesn't necessarily get any more, while the other college that is growing gathers the extra faculty. Next slide, please. Slide number 2, how many are required to have? This is quite the interesting little adventure. We look at those numbers, there's the number we have and the full-time faculty count, and then there's the compliance number, the number that we're required to have. And several years ago, 2019 or so, we started to say we are quite a bit over our FON. We have 306 full-time faculty, but we're only required to have 267.2. Well, the next year was the same thing. We're about 292. We had lost a few and not replaced because we didn't have to, and it was a budget savings. And we're still 25 faculty positions over. And we continue to drop that down until 2022, when an interesting thing happened. We dropped down to 284, but the compliance number was 288, which put us into a negative position of 4.2 full-time faculty members. This wasn't a good thing. Trustee Richards in particular did not enjoy that particular moment, and I didn't enjoy the consequences. So the following year, the number that we were targeting was 309. And so we went for the 309, and it turned out that after they said 309, they changed the answer to 275. So and this is the fun part, being at 309, fantastic, but then we're like, oh my gosh, all of a sudden we're now 33.8 faculty members above. And then this next year, as we approach, we kept our same folks for the year. And now, again, we're down even further, 275 down to 262. What is going on? This is a really odd thing. Next slide, please. By the way, you'll notice that the last line, I do think we really ought to be in the 300 zone, not the 262. That's a little foreshadowing. All right, as we look on this next slide, you'll see, and give me the flashes out of there. This is crystal ball kinds of stuff, but it's from 2022. If you remember at that time, we started to talk about how FON was based on our funded, but not our actual FTES, and that funded FTES was artificially inflated by emergency conditions. So then that was inflating things. It's also based on an average of 3 years of FTES earnings, but the FTES earnings were inflated by emergency conditions. This was crazy stuff. And then, as we sat here last year, as emergency conditions end and our true FTES falls off the edge of the world because our numbers are so far down, well, that's going to drop our FON number. Give me one more click, please. As we look at the next column over here, if enrollments were to stay at the current level, then our FON number would have dropped, right? If we'd sort of flatlined where we were 2 years ago. But if we rebound a little bit, then our FON might take a dip and come back up. And if enrollment starts to really take off, we're going to see that our faculty obligation number goes up. And that's regardless of whether the enrollments go up from dual enrollment or on-campus classes. The FON goes up accordingly. Give me one more click, please. And you'll see sort of a downward trend as one thought on our enrollment. If our enrollment stays flat, our FON drops. Next one, if the enrollment sort of bounces back, our FON might go from 309 down to 298 and up to 305. But if we're growing, it might go 309, 298, and then start to grow into 316 or more. I show you this as a slide from 2022, 2 years ago.
So we're in pretty good shape.
Yeah, but 2 years ago, we're trying to figure out what might happen. And according to what Trustee Garrett shared a minute ago, the right-hand side is happening. We didn't drop, we didn't fall off the edge of the world. We actually rebounded to pre-COVID levels, and we're going to be diving into the world of actual growth, which means our FON number is going to grow. Yeah, Trustee Aguilar.
Okay, so 2024,
Yes, sir.
309.
Yes.
Where did we get the 309 and we end up at 262? I mean, that to me seems like somebody,
So you're having the right thoughts, because that is absolutely the right thought to have as someone overseeing this, which is why it's kind of fun and kind of dangerous in my position right here.
you're still not answering me. Okay.
Because I'll show you in the next slide. I think you've set me all up for exactly where you go. And I just asked that question, why does it drop? So there we go. The answer to your question is the column, so we got the YCD faculty count, that's our actuals. And over to the right is our compliance FON number. And then we have these two things that happen. One of them is called the advance FON. So in February, they look at the paperwork that we submit for the number of FTES that we're going to have this year, we think, an estimate, and they tell us in February how many you're going to have. So look at the 2023 line. You see the 308.2? You with me on that? So in February, based on the numbers we had, they told us, thou shalt have 308.2. And Trustee Richards said, thou shalt not be below 308.2. So I said, mathematically, 309 is probably easier to get than that 0.2. So that's the number that we aim for.
I wanted to create jobs.
Yeah, very good, very good. And then what happened, though, is that the P2 FON dropped off the edge of the world there. You see where the P2 FON dropped to 275.2? That happened because of an oddity of the budget. So you want to see something else that happens. Like, here's how much money you're going to have, except
So
we don't have enough money. So it's his fault. No, it's the state budget. The state reduction said, oh, we're gonna be like way low on this, 5 to 10% low. So if you have 5 to 10% deficit factor in your budget, you can't pay for all your faculty. So they say you don't have to have as many faculty because we're not going to give you as much money. So now you only have to have 275.2. By which point we had already hired 309 people. And then another deficit factor happened in the next year. It actually dropped down to the 262.2 at advance through another deficit factor and through our projections at that point. So it's always going to be the compliance is the minimum of those. What they tell you in February or what they tell you in June is, which isn't this fun? This is fun with fun. So we were so okay, now this sort of feels like, oh gosh, these guys have way overspent on faculty, right? Except that our college has grown. So as we think about what's going to happen in fall of 2025, our FTES is well back to where it ought to be. And after these artificial deficit factors are removed from the budgeting, they're going to give us an advance number in February of 2025 that's in the neighborhood of 300-ish, 300 plus. And then the P2 from the next year is going to be in that same zone. And so we're going to need to have in the neighborhood of where we are right about now. See? Yeah, you with me? Follow all that? What else we got on this clicker here? We're getting on towards the end. Well, this is still question number 2 out of 5, but we're going fast. Oh, well, or we're done.
I have another bonus question. How do we balance our instructional need when we look at programs or departments and we see there's a growing interest with what a chart is telling us?
Say it again.
How do we balance like our true needs versus what a chart is telling us to get to?
Yeah, because the chart just have 309 total. How do we get?
I'm totally gonna make this up, but if the
So-
music department is just really rocking it and we say we need more, but Fawn is saying we don't, how do we balance that as an institution to serve our community?
Well, we have a whole lot of courses that are taught by part-time faculty, and they do a wonderful job for us. There's some entire programs of study that are taught by part-time faculty. Within the college community, we have a faculty hiring prioritization ranking process where each department that is in need of a position puts that out and says, we need one because, provides strong rationale. Other people say we need one because, and a delegated group of people from across the college come together and make recommendations based on the submissions. These are our rankings. So we're going to go down this far, or if we can shake loose some more money from Trevor, we'll go down this far. Okay. Or if we're going into a deficit reduction, then we won't be able to hire only but 2 emergency replacements, right? So it's tough. You have to get yourself into those ranked lists and a high enough level to become ranked. It was a beautiful moment when we were able to restore a bunch of programs at that 309. Both colleges went back and filled in essential faculty who had gone down. We've seen our numbers going down in critical areas, including music at Modesto, and you filled in some really critical pieces there as well. So, all right, where are we on the slides? Skip that.
I think you did well.
Oh, target number. I think I've covered most of this. Again, that's where we were supposed to be. Give me the next one, please. Yeah. Oh, yeah. So here's sort of the recommendation. We've been had about 309 full-time faculty. We are planning to replace the people that have disappeared, who have separated from the district, retired, resigned and gone on to other opportunities. We plan to replace those positions, remain about 309, because if you give me one more click, you'll see that we're going to end up in the neighborhood of about 300 or so. So the intention here is really to hold true, hold our number, and let the growth drive us up above the 309 in the next couple of years. And I think we're going to get there.
Any other questions from trustees? Any member of the public have any questions? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, moving on, we'll go to 5.2 association reports. Leadership Team Advisory Council, LTAC President Laura Mackey. Not here. Okay. Yosemite Faculty Association President Brian Green.
Good evening, trustees, President Richards, and Chancellor Young. I would like to start my report by reiterating how much work went into bringing the numerous tentative agreements and MOUs before you tonight. As you may have heard, the tentative agreements were ratified by YFA membership last month with just over 96% support. I won't reiterate the specific improvements made, but will state again how much I enjoyed working with both negotiations teams over the past year plus. Now we're in the midst of the implementation phase, putting the terms of the agreement into practice. We're cleaning up and streamlining the stipend process, starting a new internal recruitment procedure for transfers and reassignments, drafting and posting updated salary schedules, and numerous other items. And when I say we, the vast majority of the work is being handled by our colleagues at HR and payroll. I would like to extend my sincere gratitude for their efforts, especially since I recognize I can be a bit difficult to work with on some of these things. Many thanks to everyone for making it happen. Unfortunately, we have run into a hiccup with the retroactive payments. Initially, we expected them to be paid in August and September, which was a compromise we agreed to when it became clear the agreements would not make it to the May board agenda. More recently, we understand those payments might be delayed. We understand all of the moving pieces involved in something like this, not to mention the other projects competing for time and energy. Nonetheless, YFA expects the retroactive payments to be paid as expeditiously as possible now that the last spring payment has posted earlier this week and the board signs off on the agreements tonight. A second retroactive parity payment will be necessary to cover summer assignments, which can be done in the fall. The second batch will apply to a much smaller group of people. Finally, I would like to recognize Chancellor Young's retirement announcement. I remember attending his candidate forum years ago, I think over here on West Campus, right? And I sort of remember asking a question, but I'm a little fuzzy about that. But in any case, I've enjoyed getting to know Chancellor Young better during my time as YFA president and appreciate his calm approach, even when faced with challenging circumstances. I remember especially during the strike, which was shortly after you came on board. Chancellor Young, I wish you the best of luck in retirement and look forward to many continued collaborations over the next year before you leave. This concludes my report. Thank you and have a nice evening.
Any questions for, any audience questions? Okay, moving on. Classified Senate Activity Report, Modesto Junior College Classified Senate President Amanda Cannon.
Good evening, trustees, Chancellor Young. I wanted to tell you welcome. I know it can be really intimidating to sit up there, and your swearing in was almost verbatim my military swearing in, so I had a little bit of flashback. So there was a little bit of that going on. Thanks for having me. Some quick updates for MJC's Classified Senate. Our Caring Campus first birthday celebration is tomorrow. We're celebrating in a big way over here on West Campus. I hope to see some of you there if you're available. Chancellor Young, I hope to see you there. We're going to celebrate the stuff that we've accomplished and look forward to the things that we can plan and do for our students and for our institution. We had a planning meeting. We have 15 area trustees. We got together for a planning meeting in May, and we created goals that we'd like to accomplish over the next academic year. All of our goals are to support classified staff in helping with student success. The things that we want to do are the things that are hopefully going to make a difference for our students in lots of different areas. We represent multiple different classifications of classified professionals. And so we have a very far reach potentially. So we're looking forward to making the most of that opportunity. Recently, the Executive Board of Classified Senate, 4 of us got to go to the Classified Leadership Institute. That was last week, where we were given the opportunity to learn how impactful classified senates can be, what we can do to help our institutions thrive, help our students succeed. So I look forward to bringing that knowledge forward as well. I wanted to thank our institution, our executive team, President Sanders. I have to tell you that they have been welcoming, they have been inclusive. We're invited into rooms we've never been invited to before, and hopefully that will turn back and make the institution more impactful for our students. So thanks for having me. Does anyone have any questions? Okay.
Thank you.
Come on.
Do we have anyone from the Associated Students here? Okay. California School Employees Association, Patrick Krebs.
Good evening, President Richards, Chancellor Young, fellow trustees, and a welcome to Gustavo. Congrats. Now that graduation season is past us, classified professionals have jumped into their work and are looking ahead. Work during the summer session does not slow. Everything from assistant students with enrolling in late summer classes and enrolling in fall classes, facilities have been busy with many modernizations and other repair projects that are often done during the hot summer months when there are fewer students and staff on campus. The Lifelong Learning Department is preparing to host kids' summer camps and many other special classes or trips. Many classified professionals do not get a summer break, and many are busier than ever during this time. CSEA leadership held our first hybrid chapter meeting up in Columbia in person today, where our e-board went up there. We believe this is the first one since before COVID. Many of our members up there were very excited to see us in person and were able to talk face to face. We do plan on continuing to mirror this like the board and doing quarterly chapter meetings. Looking to negotiations, they seem to be going well. Both teams have tackled many articles that we have set out to tackle. Most recently, the district has shared that our common goal to move our professional growth article in our contract from a reimbursement program to a much simpler program has been gone into effect, and that is a huge deal, and a big thank you to the district for helping to get that going. This is an awesome step in reducing the barriers for classified professionals to continue their education at MJC or Columbia College. We are grateful that the district sees this as a valuable opportunity to assist classified professionals. There is one article that continues to be a challenge. This year, the district chose to reopen Article 11 duty hours. CSEA was expecting a creative proposal to jumpstart the negotiations this year after negotiations stalled last year. CSEA, though, was greatly disappointed in the district's proposal. Based on this proposal, we fear that there will be little headway on this article in this negotiation session, considering that July is right around the corner. Looking forward, we are hopeful that the district will propose a fair and ultimately a good deal, but there is a quite large gap. CSEA is looking forward to finalize the tentative agreement on the rest of the articles in the near future. This concludes my report. Does the board have any questions?
Thank you. Any questions? Thank you. Now we'd like to have the faculty liaison to the board, Alan McKissick.
Thank you for this opportunity to address you. Since I last spoke with you, I was out of town, indeed out of the country, for the last board meeting that I missed. I firmly believe that one benefit of travel is the pleasure of coming home, but more importantly, a greater ability to understand your own country and community when you do come back. As I get back up to speed, what I find most notable is the message sent out by Chancellor Young announcing his retirement at the end of the academic year upcoming. Personally, I'm dealing with the mixed feelings of wanting to congratulate him while suppressing the urge to try to dissuade him from leaving us. I am fortunate that I began my own position I'm fulfilling tonight when he assumed leadership of our district. He presided over his first district council meeting, which was also my first district council meeting in my official position. And I believe he set the tone and started creating the climate and the atmosphere that we so desperately needed right away. During past board meetings, you have heard me praise Henry's collegial style of leadership. I want to add more to that. And I hurriedly conferred with some faculty leaders today to see if they could add some thoughts to these sentiments I'm presenting. And I think you'll find a great consistency in that regard. Aside from specific leadership talents and skills, our chancellor's strong moral compass and his basic decency have been invaluable to our district. A colleague who was a YFA leader during the impasse and the brief strike, which was one of the more unfortunate chapters in MJC's notoriety, which is normally great in our state, told me today that our chancellor arrived and promptly had our district's probably biggest crisis land right in his lap. He did not create the situation, but he was instrumental in resolving it. That former YFA leader said to me also, after agreeing with my own sentiments, Henry brought transparency to our district and had everything to do with the good working relationship with the faculty union. Of course, there are going to be some disagreements, some difference in point of view, but night and day difference, sea change from what was going on before he arrived. Adding a few more words here. One thing I've learned, and it's been a bit unfortunate through my long tenure at MJC, is that stability is so important to getting things done. And another thing I've learned is that leadership style makes a huge difference in what happens next. As a result, sometimes we've changed leaderships and run into periods of instability and a worsening of our YFA, pardon me, our YCCD climate and community. And we get whipsawed because of a change in leadership. But of course, the antidote to this is to have strong institutions in place that the next leader in Henry's position, or indeed any leadership position, will come and find a good working governance system and a climate of trust and cooperation, good communication. And Henry's had a lot to do with strengthening the institutions that are so necessary to our stability and performing our mission when he leaves us. So we're going to be better able to deal with a change in leadership, partially because of all he's done in his leadership. When the day comes that Henry is Henry is participating in his last board of trustees meeting. I believe he'll get a standing ovation. And if he doesn't, well, I'll be standing up and giving him one anyway. So I have nothing else to report tonight, and thank you.
Hi, welcome, Gustavo. Great to see you here. Good evening, Board of Trustees and Chancellor Young. I hope you all are enjoying your summer so far. It's been a while since I've seen all of you, although I did see a few of you on the way to the National Conference on Race and Ethnicity. The conference itself was an incredible opportunity to connect with professionals from across the nation and hear about the work being done to equitably serve our students of color, as well as support our faculty of color. All of the MJC attendees are preparing presentations of the information we received, and I'm looking forward to bringing these ideas to the Academic Senate and to our campus as a whole. We would like to also invite those of you who attended NCORE to participate in that very Senate discussion that I just talked about, so that you can also share what information you gained from the conference and how you will use it in your role as trustees and in partnership with faculty as we move forward with equity work on our campus and throughout the district. Besides teaching 3 classes this summer, there is a lot of Senate work taking place over the next few months. We continue to make progress on AB 928 in preparation for the legislative GE shift. We are also working with the state Senate to provide feedback for the pilot courses for AB 1111 legislation on common course numbering, and with the amazing support of Sylvia Rodriguez, our classified professional supporting the Senate. We're revamping our Senate trainings, our new faculty orientation, our new Faculty Friday events, and working to streamline our processes for equivalencies and agenda requests. At the next board meeting, I look forward to submitting a visual presentation to talk about how wonderful our Faculty Professional Development Institute was and all of the work that will continue because of it. Lastly, I would like to thank Chancellor Young for his service to our district. I can imagine that the decision to retire was not an easy one to make. And I hope that this last year is an enjoyable and impactful one. That concludes my report.
Any questions for Giselle? Thank you. I want to deviate here. I do notice that a couple of members of the public came in. So Daniel Maxwell, would you please come up?
You guys again. I'm here today on the behalf of an issue why our FNRN program is not allowing our professors to come back, and we haven't gotten answers. I don't think I'm gonna get those answers from you guys, but I'm gonna keep coming back until we do, and there's a resolution. So I'm gonna talk about the Donnell Fire. Are you guys familiar with the Donnell Fire?
Did that just happen?
Yes.
Yeah. I think we were driving back and got caught.
Right.
So please continue.
Horrible, correct? We lost the the Dardanelle gas station. We lost a lot of things. Here's a little map of what it covers. And I know that you guys don't really have a bigger view of this, unfortunately. But here's a portion of the map, and it started out here, and the fire went this much. So you have a little bit of a view of where it started, but it started right down here at the Donnell Lake. It's a very steep slope, and it took over fast. We had crews out there, feds, states, Cal. They tried to stop it at Boulder Flat. That's a good, 6 miles. Then they try to stop it at Brightman's Flat Campground. That's another 3 miles. That jumped the river and the road. They had helicopters. They had everybody out there. It didn't work out. Then they posted again at Brightman's across the way by Dardanelle. And they tried to save the Dardanelle campground, but it burned to the ground. That was a historical place. And I remember going there as a kid. Everybody does. That's what 108 was known for, kind of up there. Didn't stop, took it down at Dardanelles. That's about another 3 miles. Then we're gonna hop again to another 7 miles, and it was burning for days, hot. We had crews out there now. They tried to stop it at Pigeon Flat. That campground didn't stop. We were at Baker Station at a class that weekend. We had to be evacuated. It got so bad that they could not take the cattle, the horses over the pass. It was too steep for those trailers. They started evacuating Keddie Meadows. It was getting that bad. Eureka Valley took over. We stayed there and we manned Baker Station and we got it ready. We put the hoses out. That place has been prepped for this event because naturally fires and wildfires do come. Didn't stop at Eureka Valley. It also didn't stop at Douglas Flat, which is a campground another 6 miles away, also jumped the road and the river and went beyond that into our Stanislaus National Forest. And then we go maybe another 7.5 miles, which is about 4 miles from Kennedy Meadows, and the fire was manned and stopped at Baker Station directly due to Tom Hofstra's maintenance there and going there and protecting that building and having it painted and manning for the property around it and preparing for this fire. We have classes going on at Baker Station right now, and the one man that took care of that station is being hijacked of his job and his love to be there and teach classes that he deserves to be teaching right now, and I deserve an education on that. He is a direct result why we have Baker Station today. That man will be given all credit. These are my books. Like I said, I'm a couple classes today. I'm sure if I talk to a dean or something, he'll probably graduate with 3 ASs right now and 5 certificates. And I really don't want to, based upon principle. I've had teachers quit based upon principle. We've had administration problems. When is this president retiring or leaving? When's her due day up? When's she gone?
Thank you. Your time has expired.
What I want to do with the books. This is how we feel. I don't know one person if I. Tom,
Ma'am, your time has expired. Next speaker, next speaker. I appreciate that, but your time's expired. Okay, the next speaker is Jeremy.
This is JJ. He's not allowed the grants. He goes to Baker Station. He learns there. He can't go. You guys stopped the disabled program for the ARC and the Watch years before COVID, so that's not an excuse.
Ma'am, your time has expired. If your son wants to speak, that's fine, but your time has expired.
I'm his conservator and I will speak for him legally. Thank you, sir. Mr. Milton Richard, Dr. Mr. Richard. You need to understand. Do not cut him off.
I'm willing to hear from him.
Thank you. What do you do at Baker Station, Jay?
Baker Station.
Yeah, and what do you learn there?
Baker Station.
Yeah, and what do we do for Mother Earth there?
Camping.
Yeah, and what do we do for Mother Earth there?
Fire.
Yep. And what happens with fires?
It's hot.
Yep. And what do we do?
We go fishing.
Now, he doesn't articulate, so you ain't gonna put him in the box that I'm gonna be in. But let me tell you something. You guys stopped programs for the disabled, and we just talked about Black and race and colors here. This is also a department that you guys are not suiting and addressing, and these teachers were when you took those classes out for the Watch and the ARC. It needs to be all inclusive. Yeah, I'm frustrated, I'm angry. This was a safe place for me to learn and my son to come and learn. We pay for our classes. We don't get grants. We pay for our books. We pay for our time. And we like going. The thumb rule is if the professor accepts my child, you're going to deny my child of this. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Okay, getting back to the regular agenda.
JJ.
Okay.
Thank you. Chancellor Young, you're up.
Well, first of all, I'd like to welcome our new student trustee, Gustavo. And I am very pleased to announce that he has already signed up for the Student Trustee Conference towards the later part of August. So he has already met with me, met with my staff. And so we look forward to a great year with you. Thank you. Let me call on Dr. Tran from Columbia College to give the college report.
Thank you, Chancellor Young. Good evening, Board Trustees, colleague, community members. Tonight, I have a few items to update. The first item is our K-16 collaborative grant. We are really in the trend of meeting all our deliverables. So one of the requirement is to deliver one of the pathways, which is healthcare. So in front of you, we actually have a pamphlet at Columbia College that outline all the different career and program and degree for a healthcare at Columbia College. And we would like to thank to our partner MJC because we continue to be able to offer the registered nurse curriculum. Along with that, our staff and faculty is actually building out the medical assistant and eventually we'll be on our own for CNA. So one of those, and we're serving all the students across the 7 county that we serve, that we are responsible for the deliverable. In addition to that, the other pathway that we also are working on for its deliverables are the IT. So we started last year with a partnership with Apple to launch. And last summer, we have about 8 to 10 students building Apple app developments. I am so excited to share. This year, we have over 60 students, and we're able to collaborate and leverage the K-16 grant. So this flyer here, we have students that can go into 2 cohorts. Actually, I have the opportunity to visit our students today, and it's all the high school students through the around our area. They're actually getting computer parts, and they're gonna build a computer, but not only any computer, a gaming computer. So once the computer is built, there's a software that help them and they're going to build a game of their own. So we're so excited to see how that's going to end and the different game that they'll produce. And hopefully when the board come up again in October, we can present the result for that as well. In addition to that, we also have students going to build drones. They're going to build drones and cars that they can control and get the car to get one place to the next. So those are the 2 deliverables, and those are the project that we're so excited to work with the K-16 collaborative grant. In addition to that, some of the updates on our on-campus housing. So it is officially has transited to a new operator. It's Volt Company, and to assure our student that our partner has promised, and I think it will stand, that there's no increased fees in the residence hall for the rental, for the single and the double. So we're trying to maintain business as casual, everything stay. But in addition to that, with the new partnership, we really have the opportunity to work directly with students, really talk about support services such as workshop on mental health, tutoring, academic success, good study skill, so that the campus become not just a place where you sleep, but is evolving how they build their life throughout the dorm. So that's our hope with our new partner. In addition to that, we also like to thank you, the board, for presenting with Columbia College at the NCORE conference. And in addition to that, I'd like to acknowledge the faculty in partnership with us who actually took out their time, really busy at the end of the semester, to make videos so that we can embed it into the presentation. And the presentation is looking at the challenges at rural community college such as Columbia MJC, and what are those obstacles and what are those creative challenges? And I could tell you that the audience was very impressed and was really gave us a great applause for us to be able to present with our board, with our chancellor, and with our faculty. And the faculty who really went above and beyond to the work, we'd like to thank Jim Salmon, Adrian Sager, and Chad Redwing, because without the faculty and their story and their experience, it wouldn't make the presentation as complete as it was. Then we also want to say, my 2 last item, it's a little bit hard because one of which is Chancellor Young. You know, Chancellor Young gave me the opportunity when he hired me as a dean at EVC. So I think that's where you learn your leadership, go into that role. So it gets a little emotional. So thank you, Chancellor Young. And because of Chancellor Young, I also follow and was able to secure a position at Columbia College. So in short, thank you for your guidance, your mentorship, and your support, Chancellor. And last but not least, Sunday is Father's Day. So happy Father's Day to all the fathers out there. Thank you. That's it.
Dr. Sanders from MJC.
Good evening, everyone. I want to echo the comments and thanks to Chancellor Young for giving me a chance in this role. I appreciate that immensely, and I hope that I'm living up to your expectations, sir. I also want to thank you for 9 years of service to our district and commitment to us, and really congratulate you on your pending retirement. Slightly different, thinking of your retirement in light of our district. I've observed other districts whose chancellor declared their intention to retire at a really early date. And doing that really provided stability for the district. Most recently, Dr. Kristen Clark at West Hills Community College District. She announced early and allowed the district to hire a search firm with good connections in the California community colleges, seek out a broad pool of applicants to come in to fill this really vital role. And meanwhile, we're with a permanent chancellor versus the upheaval that happens with others. And so declaring that early is a very noble task, sir. I know it's really hard to make that call to retire, and I appreciate you doing that. Enrollment, Modesto Junior College, as mentioned, is remaining strong. We have over 200 full-time equivalent students more this summer than we've ever had at any summer ever in the past, which is fantastic. And we're also a couple of hundred ahead in fall 2024 over last year, which was again a strong year. Things are going very well. Now, you mentioned, Trustee Nicolau, about the dual enrollment. So here's some cool numbers for you. In fall 2022, MJC had 3 classes that were dual enrollment, officially CCAP classes, serving 98 students. Last fall, we had 37 CCAP classes, so 3 to 37, about a 12-fold increase, serving about 960 students. And now in fall of 2024, we're going to be at 81 dual enrollment sections that are going to serve about 2,500 students. So fantastic growth, and we're expecting to see that continue to incrementally grow. We've really grown up to here, but we won't double again. We simply don't have the staffing to offer that many more classes. On Thursday of last week, we hosted our dental assisting and pharmacy technician graduation programs. It was just our second dental assisting since the program reductions in 2011. Going great. Our dental assisting grads are getting snapped up by dental offices across town, and we have 77 applicants for the next group. Today, if you had been on the West Campus, you would have seen the farmers market with all sorts of fresh produce being handed out to our students. There was long lines of those. Students getting great stuff. It was delicious. I stole 2 cherries. It's as much as Gustavo was there passing out stuff. I want to invite you on Friday, June 28th to our LGBTQ Pride Education Conference. It's going to be held from 8:30 to 1:30 on Friday, June 28th in the Mary Stuart Rogers Building. And I want to take a minute to acknowledge some of our successes in athletics leadership, really, our coaches. And I'm glad that David is still here. Otherwise, I just would have pointed at his empty chair and said, I wish he'd still stayed. The coaches, so MJC women's head coach Sean Black was named the Intercollegiate Tennis Association Coach of the Year. Isn't that fantastic? He was also named the Wilson International Tennis Association Women's Coach of the Year for our region. Meanwhile, Demetrius Snare, our men's and women's track and field coach, was selected as the 3C2A Northern California Women's Coach of the Year. That's kind of across the board, partly because a certain athlete named Taylor Snare, who, yes, is the daughter of Demetrius Snare, is really rocking it. The women's track team finished 3rd in the state, and the men's track team finished 4th. Taylor and men's track athlete Joey Stout have qualified for the U.S. Track and Field Under-20 Championship. So they're going to do that. And Taylor has also been ranked #1 in California in the 100-meter and 200-meter, number 51 and 54 in the world, and a chance to qualify the Olympic trials. So she's rocking it. And also in athletics, Jamie DeRollo, professor of athletic training, has been selected for the Athletic Trainers Association Hall of Fame and is inducted. Yep, really good. I also want to update you on a few partnerships. Our Regional Fire Training Center has a new training officer, Deputy Chief Darren Jesberg. We're working together along with Interim Dean Huddleston to get the Fire Academy going for the fall. I've had really productive meetings with Police Chief Brandon Gillespie, Sheriff Jeff Dirksey, Opportunity Stanislaus Director Dave White, and Bay Valley Tech Director Chancellor Young and I just met with him the other day, Philip Land, about expanding partnerships. I've been invited as the president of Modesto Junior College to judge the parade. So I'll be doing that on July 4th. I hope to see you all out there, but that means I can't judge our category. But speaking of the parade, we have a new trailer that's been donated to the college. It's a used trailer, but we're converting that into a permanent Pirates float. We just need to find a place to park that indoors. If anyone has a giant barn, please let me know. We're meeting with Legacy Health Endowment, and we're meeting with Health Force Partners, and we've got a partnership that 10 students for Sutter Health looks like it's going to come together for January to start another cohort of nursing students, which will bring us up to about 80 4 semesters out after that. So we're doing really well. And then on July 25th, we're taking a group of folks that are interested in the idea of third college on the west side down to Madera Community College to meet with leaders there and learn about the pathway that they've gone through to go from a community idea to an actual college. Lastly, I want to leave with you the idea here that Modesto Junior College's auto body program is partnering with Modesto High School and the Modesto Police Department to convert a retired 2011 Crown Victoria police cruiser into a lowrider, complete with hydraulics, custom interior, and a fancy paint job. Now, this won't be able to enter into the car parade that's held, the American Graffiti Car Parade, which requires you to be 1980 or older. But if you had been here on the last weekend, you would have seen all of those cars from the parade out here, including some newer ones that were showing their stripes, if you will. Really a fantastic event, and kudos to the facilities team who organized and got us all going on that event. I'm also a member of that club, and we raised an amazing amount of money to support our community. So thank you for your support in hosting that here at Modesto Junior College.
Thank you. Now my report. So I want to talk about my retirement. I sent out an email earlier. In my letter to the Board of Trustees dated May 20th, I informed the board that I intend to retire on June 30th, 2025, on the expiration of my current contract as the Chancellor of the Yosemite Community College District. In anticipation of my departure in a year's time, I look forward to collaborating with the Board of Trustees for a seamless transition for the next Chancellor of YCCD. However, for propriety, I would not be involved in the search or the selection of the next Chancellor. By the time I retire on June 30th, 2025, I would have served YCCD 9 years. In 2017, I moved my family to Modesto, purchased a house in 2 months, and planted roots in this community. After high school, my daughter attended MJC and earned 3 associate's degrees before transferring to UCLA. It gives me joy to announce that she will be graduating with a Bachelor's of Science degree in biochemistry later this week. She owes a lot to MJC. My son is going to be in the 10th grade and is currently taking 2 summer classes at MJC. In addition, he is playing his 2nd season for the Modesto Band. He has practiced 2 nights a week and participates in the weekly concert on another night. The concerts are free for the community and is held at Grisada Park. In short, our family, transplant from Silicon Valley, has firmly established our roots in this community, and we have been an integral part of this great community. I have had time to reflect on all that I have brought and accomplished over these years at YCCD. From overcoming the gloomy days of the faculty strike, developing a respectful and positive working relationship with constituents and their representative entities, surviving the COVID lockdown, growing tour enrollment, developing positive relations with the community, and reaching out to K-12 districts are just to name a few. I am proud of what we together have accomplished for our district, for our employees, for our students, and for our community. When I retire on June 30th, 2025, at the end of my current contract, I will end my 9th year with immense satisfaction of serving the employees and students of both MJC and Columbia College. It most definitely has been a highlight of my education career to work together with a talented and dedicated YCCD faculty, staff, and administrators to carry out the vision and mission of California Community Colleges, where we put students first and prepare them for transfer and employment. All through my tenure here at YCCD, I've always believed in the ethos that we welcome all, we serve all. This is the ethos that I brought forward in 2018, and it has now become a cornerstone of the Diversity, Equity, Inclusion, and Access, DEIA, nationwide initiative. We welcome all, we serve all. It is my hope that this ethos will outlast me long into the future and continue to guide our conscience and our interactions with our students and community. Therefore, it is with heartfelt sincerity that I thank you for the rewarding opportunity of working with you and working for you to foster a better future for our students and a better district for the employees of YCCD. I look forward to all that we will accomplish in my remaining 383 days with YCCD. Thank you.
Thank you.
Chancellor, on behalf of the board, I want to thank you for your dedication, professionalism, and commitment. Tell you that we wish you all the best in your future endeavors, and we look forward to working with you in this last year. At this time, would other board members like to make a comment, or do we want to save that to the end? Okay. Okay, moving on. Next, 5.4, the travel report. That's just for your information, no action necessary. Moving on, we're on to the consent calendar. And is there any member of the public that wishes to pull any consent items? Seeing none. Any member of the Board of Trustees? Seeing.
Oh, I don't know, Mr. President, if I want to pull something, but
Okay.
I see an item on here that is glaring, and that's on our page, the first page of the purchase orders, or second, the back page where it talks about our legal fees now. And I know this is under CO change order, but that number stands out to me, and that's $475,000. That's a lot of money. And I think at some point we need to have a discussion about that, because that's coming out of our Fund 11 general unrestricted account. So that's all I have.
Okay, so might I suggest that since the work's been done and we leave it on, but we will agendize to discuss legal. I will tell you that I've had repeated discussions with the firm. Unfortunately, we've had a lot of investigations, which, believe it or not, are now $400 an hour, but we'll get more information on that.
I think we need to have a discussion about this.
I'm fine with that. As I said before we vote on the consent items, I have to ask our student trustee if he wants to vote on the consent items, motion to approve or not approve.
I think if you take a motion in a second.
Oh, I do it first?
First. and-
I'm not getting this right.
Okay.
Okay, could I have a motion to approve the consent agenda?
I'll motion to approve the consent and then I'll go over my customary items
Perfect.
after the vote.
So we have a motion from trustee Garrett, second by trustee Davis. Now you have to vote.
I choose to abstain.
Okay.
right now.
That's absolutely fine for your first vote. Okay, at this time, can I have a motion to approve? We have that. Let's have a vote. All in favor?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Okay, passes.
I go over my custom.
You certainly can.
So as customary, we want to acknowledge those individuals that have served our district and our community and our institutions and announce their retirement. So first is Sue Hobby, 12 years of service, instructional support technician, School of Agriculture at Modesto Junior College. Obviously, a very critical role. Obviously, Sue is helped immensely with instructional prep and IT work and helping the instructors and the students. I want to thank her for her years of service and wish her well in retirement. Alicia Kolstad, 24 years of service, counselor, counseling, student service, Columbia College. Obviously, another critical role in helping students guide through all the maze now that we've got guided pathways and all these other things. But helping students to obtain their educational goals and find a path to do that. I want to thank her for her 24 years of service. Anka Husher, if I'm pronouncing that right, 8 years of service, instructor of physics, art science, and human performance, Columbia College. I always hate to see the ones that are instructors of physics and chemistry. Those are hard to fill. So sad to see Anka go, but I wish her well in whatever her future endeavors are. David Todd, 20 years of service, photography, graphic arts, production specialist, marketing and graphics, public relations, MJC. Want to thank David for his 20 years of service. Again, a critical area with our graphics arts and photography program. So I wish him well and in his future endeavors. Chancellor Young, I've got a year to support you and help you in achieving the goals of the district and the respective institutions, both internally and externally. And I don't have any comments this evening. I'm going to save them when we can properly celebrate all your achievements. So that's all I have.
Moving on to 7.1, the general fund tentative budget.
Oh, can I have one more?
No, you can't.
I'm
Very good.
forgetting. So we have a promotion that's on the agenda this evening, and I almost forgot, but I caught myself. So our CSEA local chapter president, Patrick Krebs, is being promoted to campus safety officer for Central Services MJC. And Patrick, I know you're going to do a great job. You got the right attitude, you got the right personality, and I just wish you all the best. That's all I have. Thank you.
Okay, at this time, 7.1, Trevor, are you making a presentation?
Go through a presentation. Now, the great news is we've already shared this information with the Board Finance Committee, but because this is one of our two opportunities, both at the tentative budget and at the final budget, I do feel it's important to at least run you through a couple of slides here. We'll go quick.
Take as much time as you need to make the presentation.
If it doesn't work, we'll just end up moving through. So on this slide, it's really just looking at where we are at in the budget process. So the governor did his May revision, and a lot of things are now happening behind closed doors at the statewide level. We're hoping any time now to hear that the legislature and the governor reached agreement and that the legislature votes on the budget. But even when that's done, there is still a lot of work that they do throughout the summer in releasing of trailer bills as we get to implementation. So that's why we as a district do a tentative budget, if we go to the next slide, where we are essentially just giving that authority to spend as of July 1. And we make adjustments to our budget as we approach our final budget, which will be in September. This budget packet that you have in front of you is actually based on the January budget proposal. And the final budget will be based on the state implemented budget. Moving along, as Graciela has done, I'm very happy to report that after several years of work with our DFAC group, that we are moving the resource allocation model process from a pilot program to something that has been approved and accepted by the constituency group. And so this budget is based on realistic budget projections. We do distinguish between one-time revenues and align expenditures accordingly. And over time, we have been able to identify and implement efficiencies to improve services and lower costs. So the next slide shows you the unrestricted revenues of the district. And our revenues continue to be conservative. We do have a deficit factor put in there at about 2.5%, which over time has been slightly higher, more conservative than what we see with other districts. And so we're confident in the current year and in the budget year that we'll be able to achieve our budgeted revenue so long as the state budget remains relatively intact. So keep in mind that 154.6 million at the very bottom, because as we go to the next slide on the expenditures, what we're presenting to you is a balanced budget for ongoing purposes. So right around line 13, we see total ongoing unrestricted general fund expenditures. So that matches up with the revenue from the page before. We do see some specific one-time expenditures that are coming out of reserves, but those are intentional. Those are site-specific reserves where the sites have had available resources that they can spend. Included in these expenditures, it does include all of the negotiations that have been settled throughout the negotiations process. And we, again, continue to be in a good place to meet our needs as it relates to facilities and IT, total cost of ownership, as well as our retiree health benefits trust. Obviously, we aren't at the place where the state is providing us with maintenance funding. And so the fact that there isn't this deferred maintenance dollars available, we want to continue to make sure we're funding that TCO and to find any available resources that we can to support the improvement of our facilities. The next slide shows you our reserve balances. Again, this is Fund 11 unrestricted. And we've got the 23-24 budget. Where we expect the 23-24 year to end is the middle column. And then where we are putting the tentative budget for 24-25. And our reserves have gone up. And we are at the point where we can meet that 2 months reserves, which is the new required board policy. And then what we've added on top of that is that site-specific reserve, where each site has a pot of money available to them where they're making choices on how those reserves are spent. So even though the reserves are higher than they've been in the past, as a percentage, I think that they're honestly about right where I'd like them to be. So hopefully the board is comfortable with that reserve mark, and will continue. As our expenditures go up, then that requires the reserves to also go up to match that percentage of reserve. And finally, in the May revise, there was some new information from the governor. The state has a projected deficit of 45 billion. General fund spending at the state is decreasing by 25 billion. They were able to utilize reserves and other, and use the word gimmicks, as far as deferrals and delays in balancing that budget. Again, still not yet approved at the statewide level. We do have a 1.07% COLA at a cost of $100 million for community colleges. But something important to remember is that our ongoing expenses year over year for things like healthcare benefits, pensions, even step column longevity, and then you add in all the services and supplies, clearly outstrip that 1%. So we're fortunate that we have a salary model that helps us determine a year in advance of what future pay increases will be for our bargaining units. That allows us to plan and to be prepared for the future. The 1.07% COLA is low, and we're hopeful for future year COLAs that'll be slightly higher than that. There is a 0.5% enrollment growth available, which is something, as Dr. Sanders walked us through, we're going to be chasing. We're going to try to see how we can improve our FTES to maximize the amount of revenue available to us as it relates to apportionment. One interesting thing I just want to put out there for you is if Dr. Sanders and Dr. Tran are able to generate 20,000 students, and our goal is a little bit around 16,300, we won't get funded for all of those. So it's this weird thing of setting a target slightly above what the state will fund us and trying to reach that slightly higher amount. But we just can't open the doors for everyone at some point in time. We just can't continue to add classes because at some point the state doesn't fund us for those. And with that, I will ask if you have any questions about the budget document in general.
Any questions from the board? I would once again mention that the Budget Committee has vetted this and I believe recommends approval. So the recommended action is that the Board of Trustees adopt the 2024-25 General Fund tentative budget for the Yosemite Community College District as attached in the June 12, 2024 agenda and direct staff to file it with the Stanislaus County Superintendent of Schools by July 1st. Do I have a motion to approve?
So moved.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. At this time, you get to vote again.
I choose to abstain on this one.
Totally understandable. At this time, can I get a vote from trustees? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? No. Motion passes. Okay, now we'll move on to 7.2 YCD Resolution Number 231416, establish the 24-25 appropriations limit, the GAN limit. Anyone making this
So
presentation?
moved.
And a second, the recommended action is that the Board of Trustees adopt YCC Resolution Number 231416, establishing the appropriation limit for fiscal year 2024-25 GAN limit of, is that 134,697,053 as attached to the June 12th agenda. I have a motion to approve and a second.
Second, it's an annual.
Second from, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. Motion passes.
You ask our young man here.
Didn't he already vote? Okay,
I'm not on the GAN limit. He did not.
I'm sorry. Let's rescind that. How do you vote? He votes to approve. All right. Hey, it's first night. Come on. I'll get this eventually. Okay, 7.3 is Proposition 10, Education Protection Accounts. The recommended action is the Board of Trustees approves the expenditure of EPA funds as instructional salaries and benefits as noted in the June 12, 2024 agenda. It's important to note that this is not new or increased revenue, but rather a new source of revenue towards total apportionment.
So moved.
Second, do we have a second? Okay, we have motion and a second. Darren and Leslie, you get to vote.
Yes, I vote.
He votes yes. All those in favor?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Perfect. Okay, the next is the 5-year construction plan. Again, this has been vetted by the Finance Committee. Annually, the 5-year construction plan is updated for submission to the California Community College Chancellor's Office. The plan is a tool used to apply for construction funding based upon eligibility in the areas of lecture, laboratory, library, AV, TV, and the office space. Based on the state's formula, districts with space or renovation needs in these areas may submit proposals for funding. The plan has previously been approved by the board to review.
Move for approval.
We have a second?
Second.
Your vote, please.
Yes, I vote.
All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? Okay, the next, we have a series of personnel appointments contracts. The first is 7.5, the approval of employment contract for the Vice President of Instruction, Modesto Junior College. Can we do these all together? No, okay.
Move for approval, 7.5.
Okay, we have a motion to approve. We have a second.
Second.
Student trustee?
If I may, I need to read something before. So I
Read
had a
the salary.
first from trustee Davis,
Davis?
and then the second was from trustee Nicolau. Did I come?
Correct.
Okay. So item 7.5 is approval of employment contract for Vice President of Instruction, Modesto Junior College pursuant to Government Code 53262. Before the board can take action on an item regarding the salary or fringe benefits of an executive officer, which includes vice president, the key terms of the proposed agreement must be read into the minutes. The key terms of this agreement are as follows. 1, the term shall be from June 1, 2024 through June 30th of 2026. The annual salary will be $200,104 effective June 1, 2024. Fringe benefits include health, dental, and vision insurance, income protection insurance, $50,000 life insurance policy, district leadership team longevity pay, job-related expenses, and travel reimbursement.
At this time, I'll entertain a motion to ratify the employment contract for Modesto Junior College Vice President for Instruction.
For approval.
We have trustee Davis and trustee Nicola. All, did you vote already? Now you vote.
Yes, I vote.
The trustee votes in favor. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
The next one is 7.5, personal approval of employment contract. 7.6, personnel approval of employment contract for Vice President of Instructional, Columbia College. Please read.
So item 7.6 is approval of employment contract for Vice President of Instruction, Columbia College pursuant to Government Code 53262. Before the board can take action on an item regarding the salary or fringe benefits of an executive officer, which includes vice president, the key terms of the proposed agreement must be read into the minutes. The key terms of this agreement are as follows. The term shall be from July 1, 2024 through June 30th of 2026. The annual salary will be $213,591 effective July 1 of 2024. Fringe benefits include health, dental, and vision insurance, income protection insurance, $50,000 life insurance policy, district leadership team longevity pay, job-related expenses, and travel reimbursement.
I'll entertain a motion to approve.
Move to approve.
Have a second?
A second.
Okay, we have voters.
Who was it first? I'm sorry.
Jenny and
Any approved?
Gustavo second.
I don't think you can.
No.
I'll second.
Okay. How do you vote?
Yes, I vote.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, moving on to 7.7, personnel approval of employment contract for Vice Chancellor, Information and Technology and Institutional Research. Boy, I'm glad to see this one. We've been doing this for what, 2 years, Chancellor?
Item 7.7 is approval of employment contract for Vice Chancellor of Information Technology and Institutional Research pursuant to Government Code 53262. Before the board can take any action on an item regarding the salary or fringe benefits of an executive officer, which includes Vice Chancellor, the key terms of the proposed agreement must be read into the minutes. The key terms of this agreement are as follows. The term shall be from July 1, 2024 through June 30th of 2026. The annual salary will be $240,132 effective July 1, 2024. Loyalty bonus of $5,000 upon completion of a full 24 months of employment under the contract. Fringe benefits include health, dental, and vision insurance, income protection insurance, $50,000 life insurance policy, district leadership team longevity pay, job-related expenses, and travel reimbursement.
Entertain a motion to approve. So moved by trustee Hinton and seconded by Vice President Aguilar. Student trustee?
So I vote.
All members in favor, say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion approves. 7.8, approval of contract employment for President of Columbia College.
Item 7.8 is approval of employment contract for President of Columbia College pursuant to Government Code 53262. Before the board can take action on an item regarding the salary or fringe benefits of an executive officer, which includes president, the key terms of the proposed agreement must be read into the minutes. The key terms of this agreement are as follows. The term shall be from July 1, 2024 through June 30th of 2026. The contract reflects an annual salary of $265,088. However, the board approved an increase to the salary schedule for this position at its April 2024 meeting. Therefore, the annual salary will be $279,170, effective July 1, 2024. Loyalty bonus of $5,000 upon completion of a full 24 months of employment under the contract. Fringe benefits include health, dental, and vision insurance, income protection insurance, $50,000 life insurance policy, district leadership team longevity pay, job-related expenses, and travel reimbursement.
Entertain a motion to approve. So moved by Vice President Aguilar, second by Trustee Hinton.
Yes, I vote.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Very good. Moving on, we're on to 7.9, the government board member election, YCCD resolution number 232419. The Board of Trust, ma'am, you're out of order. You're out of order. You're out of order. You're out of order. Officer, please remove her. Enough. The Board of Trustees adopt YCT Resolution Number 232419, ordering an election to be conducted on November 5th, 2024 in the Assembly Community College District, and direct the adopted resolution to be filed with the Stanislaus Superintendent of Schools prior to July 8th. Can I have a motion to approve?
So moved.
Second,
Second.
Yes.
student trustee, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. 7:10,
Pardon me, I didn't catch.
notice of board member election, Merced
Okay.
County.
President Richard, sorry, I didn't catch the students. Was that a?
He said yes.
Okay, thank you.
7:10, notice of board member election, Merced County, YCD resolution number 232420. Recommended action that the Board of Trustees adopt YCD resolution number 232420. Notice of election to be conducted on November 5th, 2024 in the Assembly Community College District, and direct the adopted resolution be filed with the Merced County Registrar of Voters by July 3rd, 2024. All in favor, motion to approve? Vice President Aguilar, second.
Second.
Trustee Nicolau, student trustee?
Yes.
You got this down now, yeah. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Anyone opposed? Okay, 7.1. We're into the elections today. 7.11. Declaring an election, San Joaquin County, YCD Resolution Number 232421. Recommended action that the Board of Trustees adopt YCCD Resolution Number 232421, declaring an election to be conducted on November 5th, 2024 in the Yosemite Community College District, and direct that the adopted resolution be filed with the San Joaquin County Register of Voters by July 3rd, 2024. Motion to approve?
So move.
Trustee Garrett? Trustee Hinton? Student trustee?
Yes. I vote.
All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Very good. Okay, 7.12 Personnel Negotiations, YFA, YCC presentation of the initial proposed mutually agreed by the district and the YFA. The recommended action is that the Board of Trustees, A, acknowledge receipt of the YFA and YCC's mutually agreed upon initial proposal as attached to the June 12th, 2024 agenda. B, schedule public comment on the proposal and board adoption of the initial proposal for July 10th, 2024. C, refer the proposal to the administration staff for review. Motion to approve?
So moved.
Trustee Garrett, second. Trustee Beggs, student trustee.
Yes, I vote.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? No. Okay, item 7.13, personnel, negotiations, YFA, YCCD, approval of the tentative agreements reached during negotiations for the 2023-2026 successor collective bargaining agreement. Recommended action is that the board approve the tentative agreements reached during the negotiation for the 2023-26 successor collecting bargain agreement as attached as the June 12th, 2024 agenda. Motion to approve?
So move.
Second.
So we
Yes,
got
sir.
trustee Garrett, trustee Davis, student trustee.
Yes, sir.
Members of the board, all in favor?
Aye.
Let's go. Okay, the next 7.14. So we're seeking a letter of support for presentation of the proposal for the ACT Leadership Congress, Community Colleges as Catalyst Cultivating Skills for the Future. That the Board of Trustees approves the letter of support for the DEI Challenges in Rural Community Colleges, Unique Obstacles and Creative Solutions. Presentation proposed for the ACT Leadership Congress in Seattle, Washington on October 23rd, 2024, as attached to line June 12th agenda. All in favor?
Well,
I'm sorry, I screwed that up too. Motion to approve. Vice President Aguilar?
President, can I just, are we going to include some of what the feedback from NCORE,
Absolutely.
both trustees and from our other staff, faculty staff that were there?
We are, and this will be a continuation of the proposal that was made at the last presentation, which was received very, very well.
Okay, I just want to make sure we're
Yeah.
getting that inclusion, so.
Very
yeah,
good.
I'm fine with that.
Motion to approve?
So you have a first from trustee
Oh,
Aguilar.
we already got, we need a second.
Was the second.
I'll second it.
Okay, student trustee.
Yes, I vote.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? I actually got through all that with only about 6 mistakes. Okay, at this time, board comments. Let's start off our student trustee.
8.1.
Oh, did I miss 8.1? Request for, I'm sorry, request for future board agenda items. Do we have any, trustee Garrett, you want to talk about the legal stuff, so I'll get that on the agenda. We'll have a review of that. Anybody else? Okay, now we'll do comments. Student trustee?
At the moment, I don't have any comments that.
No problem. Trustee Davis?
Comments?
Trustee Nicolau? Vice President Aguilar? Trustee Garrett?
Well, I have two. Well, more than that. First, Gustavo, welcome. Thank you for your willing to commit, not only to this board, but for your fellow students. I want to thank you for that, and I wish you all the best. But I really want to highlight what was a wonderful article in the paper about the hard work that our faculty and staff and everybody has done, but particularly our faculty coming up with creative solutions to save students $10 million in textbook costs. I mean, if you really want to start picking away at the E and DEI and you really want to focus on something that's easy and tangible with equity, this is a great way to do it. And it was a great article. I want to thank everybody for all of their efforts and hard work. And this is huge. So thank you, thank you, thank you. And Brian already commented, being a car guy myself, I want to thank the nonprofits that put it on, all the volunteers, but the car show was again a great success. And just thank you to those nonprofits and volunteers and for the college for allowing those groups to show off what they have. And it was a great turnout. I mean, it was packed. So thank you. That's all.
There is a car show in Turlock. I think it's June 28th, if you want further information about that. I understand. Trustee Hinton?
I just want to say welcome to our student trustee. And it's good to have seat filled and have you there. And hope you have a wonderful learning experience and enjoy sitting on the board.
Trustee Beggs? See, everybody makes mistakes, not just
Everybody
me.
does. Everybody does. Anyway, I want to welcome you and I look forward to getting your perspective on a variety of issues. We're on the policy committee. You might show up there depending on your schedule. But I know you're going to work that out with Dr. Young. As it's been mentioned, we presented at the NCOR conference, and I think we're giving the same presentation in Seattle because I believe it was already accepted. And that was a great experience. I also went to the Beam Circular Communities Symposium at UC Merced. A lot of our people were there. You were there. Laura Mackey presented. It was very interesting. And do you remember, it was an acronym-rich environment. And if I could get rid of the plethora of acronyms, it would be nice sometimes. It's like you need a glossary to walk around. But it was really interesting. And the CBIO Collaborative, which is partners of Beam Circular, UC Merced, and Lawrence Berkeley National Laboratory. But basically, they're figuring out all the ways to utilize part of what's left over from our agricultural processes. And one of Trustee Nicolau's colleagues was there with the Almond Institute, the Almond Board. So it was a fascinating time, including people who claim they make food out of air. Yeah, but I offered the hat. They gave me a hat and then a bag and it was empty. So I don't know. I don't know what the significance is there. But anyway, no, it was really interesting. So I look forward to that. And then I have, if I haven't misplaced it, which I probably have, oh, here it is. We have an update. Some of us went to Washington, DC for the ACCT legislative conference. And we met with our lobbyists and we met with several of our legislators. So we have sort of an update. Nothing is sure at all yet in this budget climate, but we were told that Senators Padilla and Bolter published their selections and they submitted funding for us for the Fire Science Academy Regional Training Program and for healthcare EMT equipment. And so they'll continue working as it goes through that process, but we may be getting some extra funding from them. So keep an eye on that. And that's it for me.
Thank you. The next regular meeting of the Board of Trustees will be held on July 10th, 2024 at Columbia College. I adjourn the meeting at 7:13. Thank you all for coming. That was good.